guys are having a fantastic morning. I gotta set this thing up on Instagram, let the rest of people know we are streaming. Alright, that should do it. So for today, we're basically prepping our scenes. We have a lot of green screen shots, and I've got to make them look presentable. So we're going to be experimenting a lot, trying to see if we can create something cool. Alright, let's get to it. So yesterday after the stream ended, I went in and started experimenting. If you remember yesterday, I didn't have a mask. I didn't have any of this. I guess I could just delete it. I didn't have that. We just had this, right? But now I added a circular mask. I played around with different shapes and I try to be real granular at first, but now I decided it's just better if I just do something simple like a spotlight. And I found the effect to be pretty cool. Like this. Alright, you can go. Well, I got your, one second, I gotta move the camera a little bit. So you can see it looks pretty cool. And obviously I'm gonna come in later and, clean it up. Matter of fact, I think I'll just clean it up as I go. I'm not being too strict about it for now. I just want it to look good. Hold on, I want to do something. I'm trying to create a system so I can, how can I put it, read you guys' chat more efficiently. And I think right now I'm just gonna use my smartphone. I think this will work. Hopefully, right? Something like that. This is all experimental for now. But this might be the only way I get to see you guys' chat. If at all. Alright. I definitely saw his head or something. There it is. I don't like that. Looks like his finger's cut off too. Oh, I see. Alright, that's acceptable. Oh. What's going on here? It's starting to look clean. I just saw one. It's starting to look pretty clean. And like I said yesterday, if you guys have any questions in regards for editing or anything like that, feel free to ask. I got no problem with that. And I was hoping it would be, how can I put it? I was hoping I could see the chat from like my peripherals and stuff, but that's just not gonna work. I'm gonna have to actively divert some attention towards that. Though I don't really want to, it's okay. I'll do it for you guys. Dude, that goes hard. I really like that. That's fire. We're getting somewhere. You know, I think I'm gonna play with this. I'm gonna play with the scale too. Oh wait, not that scale. It's mask expansion. That's what I need. Do something like. Dude, I'm having fun right now. Here. Oops. I moved the entire thing. Let's see. I'm gonna have to adjust it to make it make sense. So I don't want you with these hands, right? I don't want them to. I'm not trying to reveal the whole hand. I'm trying to keep them sort of mysterious, you know, a little bit of darkness. I want to expose some anxiety within people. So let's just keep it here. feel like I revealed just a little too much right here. So I'm gonna... Hmm. I want to watch this one later. I can't tell you guys how hungry I am right now. Fucking starving. Fuck. Why do people always do this shit? I don't give a fuck about the night, so why do you park your shit over there and not kill it? What's the purpose? It's literally a waste of a move. Fucking idiot. Do that. Dweeb. That was actually pretty fucking good, not gonna lie. I respect that. Well, he's letting me keep my queen, so be it. He's gonna be up one now. No way we're even. Cause I killed that pawn. fucked up. It's too bad. You resign? Why? Why would you resign? Why would you resign? What the? Why? What was I gonna do? Could've went here. This kid was playing so well. Hey man, it is what it is. I think I'll take that knight. Feels like the smart choice. But never mind. But never mind. Just gotta go back there. Shit. Let's see. We gotta make the best of this. I think I'll just go here, really. Alright, I'll go there. see if he's smart enough not to do it. Idiot. It is what it is. He folded under pressure, mate. Let's see here. If I was him, would have been the best move in this position. He was really screwed, man. Like, really bad. He was gonna lose this rook, like, no matter what, really. Yeah, this rook was a gunner. Maybe. If he did that, I would have just taken his rook. So best move would have been this. No, that would have been the best move. Best move would have been this. Or maybe even. No, that wouldn't work. Ah, man, so screwed. In this position, he was really, like, bent. You feel me? Like, bent. Yeah, my time would have already been up, just thinking about it this hard. He messed up when he took this. So what he really should have done, is been focused on defense. So instead of taking this pawn, he should have positioned. Oh no, that wouldn't work either. Oh my god. Instead of taking that pawn, he should have been focused on defense. That's for sure. So what he should have done is something with this pawn. Probably put this guy here. Because he already knew what I was up to. My whole plan was to do that. And it's like between I'm going forward. The moment I shifted here, it's like his mind was not even thinking about it anymore. Because he stopped me earlier when he put his rook here. And then after he got that check and positioned his rook there, he thought he was safe when the threat still existed. And right when I castled, just out the window, he stopped thinking about it completely. He definitely shouldn't have taken this, but he took that one, which was good. He needed to do that. I took back. That move right there was the biggest mistake. He should not have taken that pawn. Instead, he should have been thinking strategically. I'm trying to figure out the best way to counter me would be. If I was me in this position, I would try to give my queen some space. So I'd probably do something like this first, attacking this line. And then, knowing me, if I see a move like that, I'd still be plotting this. And then I will counter that by going here, so I can't do anything there. Or maybe even bait it. I'd probably do something cheeky like that. Make it look free. And I would not take that. Instead, I'll try to see if I can make an opening for myself. So I'll probably attack this guy. He's probably gonna take because it's just a pawn. I'll do that. Take. Now I got a rook on an open file. Oh wait, what the fuck? Dude, what am I doing? Stop. I'm blind. Look at this. I had my pawn out there. I thought that was his pawn. Right, it's not gonna do the thing. Okay, y'all remember how I moved this rook down here? Silly me. If I did that, I would have just killed myself. So really, his only good move is either moving this pawn, which isn't bad, doing that so it looks like a mistake. If I take, easy grab bag. So it's either moving this pawn like this, or moving this pawn up here to stop me from going there. So let's say these were the moves on the board. Now this is getting interesting. I'll do this. Oh, it's not my turn. Probably do something like that. And me. I'll probably do this. So I'm attacking the rook and check at the same time. And if he's smart, I'll do something like this. So now the queen is moving. So obviously I can't do that anymore. And I would do. Now that I know he's onto me, I'd probably do something like this. Move that rook away. Now he's like, he's coming up with a new strategy. And him, if I was in his position here, I would take this. And I would take back. And he would take. I'm still only up 1 point at this rate. Oh shit. Yeah, I would take that. It's over. Oh god, I'm trying to outplay myself, and it's really stupid. I should stop. It was fun though. It was fun. Let's get back to this. It's kind of dynamic here.
light on.
There's some parts that need a little cleanup. And one right here. My computer used to be so smooth. Now I'm confused because it. Let's fix this. Interesting concept. I don't even know how much time has passed by. Hold up. pink sound and lo-fi. Like the radio, old stereo pop, kind of like, you know what I mean? It almost sounds like rain. I really like it. house has a mind of its own. better idea to making this work. So I'm spending a lot of time on this. Excuse me. Try something new. We're gonna see what happens if we track the camera. Oh, dear God. I'm gonna track his thumb. This is not gonna work. But you know what? Let's just track this whole thing. Track this whole thing. Let's see what happens. Let's see. My guy doesn't know how devious this shit's about to get. point's not even on right. Oh my god, what a pain in the ass. Forget this idea. Let me see. Maybe if I render this. Yeah, it's on MP4s. Not that big. Just try random stuff, guys. What was that, cut? Oh my god. I got you, bro. I got you. Impressive. This is stupid. Fuck, dude. Ah, shit. I don't know why After Effects does this. I'm dead. I lost. Good game. Fuck. I guess that's the most I can pre. Oh my god. One thing I'm gonna have to do is invest in more RAM. Currently I have 32 gigs, but I don't know what's going on, dude. I feel like my computer was a lot better not that long ago. telling me you could squeeze more, and you didn't. Don't tell me I moved the camera again. Yes, I did. I've only been listening to the same lo-fi song, like on repeat. None of this shit feels new. Maybe a little bit higher. He really thinks I care about the pawn. It's not what I want. Do it. Do it. He's cooking up something nasty. Never mind, not really. That works for me. Honey wants my queen like no man's business. Juicy, 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 juicy. Come on, man, you know better than that. I don't really have a choice here. Fuck it, I'll do that. At least to prevent. Oh. Okay. We can do that. Shit. Oh my god. Fuck, dude. I'm screwing myself over on time, boys. That actually looks pretty decent. Why is it always doing this? It doesn't pre-render the full thing. Oops. That was actually looking pretty decent too. This actually looks not bad, not too shabby, right? In my opinion. So my idea, right, is this. I'm gonna create a shape. Put that shape in the center. And then I'm going to add a Gaussian blur. We add the Gaussian blur. I'm gonna make the Gaussian blur nice and, not nice and nice and blurry. Fuck. Put that in the center, right? And now since I'm no expert at expressions, got a circular shape. To appear and reappear. And now we experiment. Certainly you can achieve this effect using the expression. Hold up. Well, let's try it. Actually, it works. One. Wait, hold up. Oh, wait, it's pre-rendering. One, two. It's kind of lasting a while though. Oh, it's moving. It's not just. We gotta correct it. No, we gotta take this in segments. We gotta do this in segments because I'm gonna need an expression for what would you call that? Its opacity. But then again, if I was to just do something like this, and then I went here, oops, put another keyframe, went one frame, and like reposition it here. That's essentially what I'm looking for, except for the circle in which it appears and reappears. I want that to be like in that box over there. Let's try that again. How many pixels is this? This will be smarter. I can just remove all the rulers. I don't need them. If I pre-compose this. Okay. It's no shot. I thought I was smart. Let's just do this. 600 by 800. That should get me the ballpark. God, how do I express this to an AI? This will work. Gotta love AI, by the way. Mwah. Let's give it a shot. Oh, oops, I forgot an important part. Yo, what's up? Simple Clan. I'm using Adobe After Effects, bro. Let's give this a shot. Bro, it's still moving though. I don't want you to move. Let's try. It's definitely gonna be moving there too. Yeah. Okay. Let's see, how can we express this in words that make sense? I'll have to break it down even more. Let's give this a shot. Yeah, I'm trying my best to read you guys' chats. It's just kind of hard right now, okay? I'm not used to turning my head every 2 seconds to read chat. Honestly, streaming is not my forte. Ooh. That was kind of cool. We're kind of getting somewhere here. I wonder if I can. I'm gonna enable timestamps. Oh god. I missed this dude's chat for a long time. So maybe I can make that bigger. understand where you're coming from. I've been there too. Ooh. Ooh, look at that. Ooh. That's kind of fire, I'm not gonna lie. No, I'm gonna rewrite. I'm gonna rewrite the. Today is Thursday. What? Today is Thursday. Bro. I feel like I lost a day. Today is Thursday. Bro, that's crazy to me. Alright. Shit. That's crazy, yo. Tomorrow's Friday. Today's Thursday. It's not what I want, bro. Write me a position expression for a shape layer. Here's what I want to happen. I want my shape layer to appear for 2 seconds.
Stickers that say there's no place like Ohm. And they are selling, aren't they? They're really selling. We're all over the country. People are going to be driving around with our bumper sticker on. Well, that's good. But we're here tonight to teach and share with you the Bhagavad Gita of Sri Krishna. Remember, when you look at some of these strange words, when you have heard the word Hare Krishna, well, Hare means son, Krishna means Christ, Hare Krishna means Christ the Son. And in this he uses that which is Shri, S-H-R-I, Krishna, and Krishna means Christ, and Shri means King, Christ the King. All of this has happened before, over and over and over. The unfortunate part is nobody ever told the Christians that this wasn't reserved for them. You know, this has been going on. The circle turns and turns, and the zodiac moves, and the universe moves, and these things continue on, and the same story just goes on and on and on. But in this particular point of the Bhagavad Gita, with Krishna is instructing Arjuna, which is our divine personality, concerning life and spirit in general. And we reached the point at 23:4, which is in your thing here. If you look at 23:4, we got to this part last week when it said, anger induces delusion, delusion, loss of memory. Through loss of memory, reason is shattered, and loss of reason leads to destruction, you know. What do you say when you really screw up? And this is what this is all about. I don't know what come over me. Oh, I lost my head. Well, I don't know what got into me. You know, you really do. You lose all sense of yourself. You lose all sense of your purpose. You lose all sense of your personality. Because of what? Anger. Anger induces delusion, see? But look at 23:5, and this is where we'll pick up tonight. But the self-controlled soul who moves amongst sense objects free from either attachment or repulsion, he wins eternal peace. Now that's important to understand. The self-controlled soul is the meditator. If you're anything like me, much of the time yourself is totally out of control. Because what's happening, instead of you controlling the self is controlling you. Instead of you controlling your mind and you dictating what your mind should do, your mind is dictating to you what you should do. We all go through these things. I go through them. We all go through them. Say. But the important thing is finally in the history of the United States and in the history of the world, this beautiful message is coming forth and no longer allowed to be controlled by them, which is mainline religion, who doesn't allow you to read this, because when you read this, you suddenly find out that you and God are one. You are then free, and if God is in you, what do you need them for? And that becomes a big threat to the established church. They are steeped in the trinity of anger, guilt, and money. And, you know, those things are very necessary to hold themselves together. It's like super glue. That's what holds them together. But here when you get into this point, and you reach that point of realizing that there is a place within you where you can touch the Almighty, you can touch the Christ, and then suddenly all of this bureaucratic, capitalistic type of religion which thrives on credit cards and all of this is irrelevant to you. It's totally irrelevant to you, because the kingdom of God, as Jesus said, is within you. But look what it says here. The self-controlled soul who moves among sense objects free of attachment, he wins eternal peace. Now remember, you can't change yourself to be this way. Only meditation allows you to be centered. I'm talking about reaching a point where you are free from the thoughts of your own mind. How many of you sit here, and even while you've been sitting here, remember I asked you before, what did I say? I didn't know what I said. You didn't know what I said. Because why? You were all thinking of something else. You had that little guy talking to you in there. The guy down in the boiler room was talking to you, giving you a lot of stuff. You had a little thing going on. I have people sitting in this audience sometimes when I'm doing some very holy stuff. They're having sexual fantasies in their head sitting in church. And how do you know I'm not having one up here talking to you? You don't know. You don't know. Maybe something walks in here. Oh, my God. Yeah. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. And doesn't it make it comfortable when we all admit it? When we all admit how screwy we all are and not thinking that it's her sitting next to me, you know, not me. Because when I really get into some of these things, you know, about personal things we talk about, it's funny how people will stare straight ahead, you know. Nobody. It's not me. Okay. You enjoy things without lusting for them. You allow others, in other words, without running from them. The doors are open here. If people come in who are gay, we go up and we love them. Maybe not in the way they may think or you may think. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying unconditional. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're straight. I don't care if you drink. I don't care what you do. It doesn't make any difference, because if you haven't done it, you have thought about doing it anyhow. And we're all in the same boat, and it's a beautiful boat to be in, so we just welcome everybody. Doesn't make any difference. What religion doesn't make any difference? You have any religion. I don't care if you're a Buddhist. I don't care if you're Islam. I don't care if you're black, green, purple, blue, gay, straight, whether you're whatever you are, it doesn't make any difference. As long as you are, then come in, and let's be a part of this together. I was saying, you know, we go through these things with the dogs and the cats in the house. You can have every evangelist you could ever think of in your house. You can have the Pope in your house. You can have Billy Graham in your house. You can have all the top religious people in the world in your house, but you would never get as much spirit out of them as you could out of a dog. One little puppy dog will give you more God vibration than all of the religious people in the world jammed into your house. You know why? Because a dog doesn't have a carnal mind. They function on pure God-ordained instinct, and it vibrates out of them into every cranny of your house. You know why that's so? Sometimes when you lose control of yourself and you smack them because they did, what do they say? Do they come back and say, oh, you son of a, no, not even. What do they come back and say? Hey, I forgive you. Just love you. Unforgivable, unconditional love is what I'm looking for. But religion runs away from things because they decide things are sinful. Did you ever notice? Come on, tell me the truth. Everything that everybody else thinks is fun, they call sin. Everything. Everything. If the crowd goes there, they say it's a sin. And they sit and they sew their Afghans and have their covered dishes and have miserable times. And they think they're holy. The whole world's having a good time. It's a sin because they're all having a good time. People laugh. It's a sin. Because these people are bored with life. They sing their songs. I'm just passing through. This old world ain't got me. I'm going on to some bigger place. And they treat it like that. They pollute it. See, they don't take care of it. That's why the world's a mess. That's why the dolphins beach themselves, because the dolphins are coming up and before them. They're looking at all these religious people who don't care about this planet Earth, and the last thing a dolphin does before he dies up on the beach, he goes like that. Because they treat it like that. They pollute it. See, they don't take care of it. That's why the world's a mess. That's why the dolphins beach themselves, because the dolphins are coming up and before them. They're looking at all these religious people who don't care about this planet Earth, and the last thing a dolphin does before he dies up on the beach, he goes like that. Because we haven't taken care of the precious thing that God gave us, which is Gaia, Mother Earth. And we've polluted it, and we've hurt it, because the attitude is, it's only a bus stop on the way to some planet somewhere. It's not, folks. This is the only thing you're ever going to see. And someday, when this new age fulfills itself, and the Christ consciousness bursts forth in all, the planet Earth will become the planet Heaven, just the way he always had it figured out. And what a surprise these people are going to be in when they wind up in heaven in Hoboken. Well, what does it say? 23:6. Having attained peace, he becomes free from misery. Now watch this. For when the mind gains peace, right discrimination follows. When the mind gains peace, right discrimination follows. You become free from misery. Look at the world. Look at the establishment. In the United States of America, they have a drug outreach center in every small town in the country. This, in the midst of all of their born-again Christian, they need a drug outreach center in every small community in the United States. Teenage suicide is the second leading killer of teenagers in the United States. And so what is freeing people from the misery? Why are you sitting here listening to this nut in the basement of Vito's shopping center on a Friday night? What for? Because there is something that interests you, that sets you apart, and you're saying, I don't want to listen to that anymore, because the only thing that ever has done for me is make me guilty, cost me money, and have somebody that'll come and pray over me after I'm laying in a box somewhere. Nothing, absolutely nothing has it given you. And so you're looking for, what can I find that can give me life? How can I exist? How can I live? How can I be a part of life? Isn't there something more to the universe than just, you going to church and then sticking things on? And isn't there more? Don't you want to become one with it? You know what you ought to do tomorrow? Go out and hug a tree. Because we don't even realize the magnificent life that's all over us. I tell people, you go by a rose is so beautiful. You know why? Because a rose smells nice even when you're not around. What do we do? If we're going out somewhere, we go, oh, we're going to smell nice. A rose doesn't care. A rose smells, that rose, but a rose smells nice whether nobody's around. It's inside joke. Do you know if a little skunk walks by, a rose will still smell nice? Because it has nobody to impress. It just has so much to give. And it gives off that which is its true Christ nature, its God nature. And look what it says in 23:6. For when the mind gains peace, right discrimination follows. You know what? In page 104 in your little Bibles in John, the 14th chapter, page 104 in those little Bibles, John, the 14th chapter, and the 27th verse. John, the 14th chapter, and the 27th verse. Jesus Christ said this, and he said, peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you, not as the world gives. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. You know what your heart is? It's not the place in your chest where the pump is. It's the center of your consciousness. Let that not be troubled. It doesn't mean don't worry, because you can't stop worrying. There's no way you can help but worry. Worry is part of life. It says, let not your heart be troubled. Enter within there, shut down the thoughts of the mind, and lift yourself above that into that beautiful place that Buddha calls nirvana. My peace I give to you, not as the world gives to you. And do you know what? And I'll tell you, and I would tell any Christian this, I'd look him right in the eye and say, my friend, I know who you are. You're the Antichrist. There is no doubt in my mind that the Antichrist is Christianity. Because everything that the Lord Jesus Christ has instructed us to do, they have said don't do it. When he said, seek first the kingdom which is within you, oh, don't do that. Practice the single eye, oh, don't do that. You take away the key because you don't enter within yourself. Cast your net to the right side. Oh, don't do all of that stuff. That's all New Age. Everything. He said, don't pray to me. They say pray to him. He said, don't ask me for anything. They say ask him. Everything that he has set forth to do, they have said don't do it, and yet they cover themselves in garbs and splash their name all over. Definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing. And everybody that has come into this room, the one thing I said is what Jesus Christ said. You call yourself a Christian, Jesus says, why do you call me Lord if you don't do what I tell you to do? And what he told you to do is practice the single eye, and your body will fill with light. In number 23:7, I hardly think that I even have to comment. Because look what it says. Right discrimination is not for him who cannot concentrate. Without concentration, there cannot be meditation. And he who cannot meditate must not expect peace. And without peace, how can anyone expect happiness? That is written 6,000 years ago. And the same thing existed then, exists now. People cannot stay their minds still even for 5 seconds. And he said 6,000 years ago, he who cannot meditate cannot expect peace. Because you know why? There is no such thing as peace of mind. It doesn't exist. You can go to the Bahamas and you can sip a little Mai Tai, or you can go down with the Wahinis or whatever you want to do. You can lay in the beach and you can sing Yellow Bird, and all of the things are coming by and everything is beautiful. Oh, isn't this a great vacation? Oh, I'm having the time. Oh, I'm so glad to get away from the rat race. I'm just going to sit here on my little beach chair and listen to the waves come rolling in. Tiny, whiny, whiny, boom, boom. Oh, this is so beautiful. Oh, I'm having such. And then as you lay and quietly you perceive the beauty of the ocean, he speaks. Did you remember that you had a meeting with so-and-so and you didn't send them the papers? Oh, jeez. All of a sudden, there's a hot thing comes up through your neck. Do you ever get back? Your mouth dries up. I forgot to send the paper. And the boss said if he didn't have that, should I call? I'm afraid to call. You break into a sweat. You start pacing around the beach. Then he talks to you more. You spent $5,000. You're in this beautiful hotel. You got all of this sand and all of this around it. One little forgot the word from in here, and the whole thing is. There's no thing as peace of mind. No such thing as peace of mind. No such thing. When you walk out this door, go up those stairs, he'll be talking to you. You had a conversation with him all day. Never leaves you alone. It's like a radio. You got a movie camera in there, a movie projector playing 2 movies all day. Chaos and confusion. Chaos stops, here comes confusion. On it goes. Oh, double feature! Or everyday double feature. Never stops. And so he says, he who cannot meditate must not expect peace. Because the objective of meditation is to raise yourself above the thoughts of the mind into the bliss that Carl Jung called the superconsciousness. Into the bliss the Buddha called nirvana, into the bliss that Jesus calls the kingdom of God within you. When you take the human spirit and raise it up into the place where there is no thoughts, no stain of thought, it becomes the Holy Spirit. In virgin consciousness, Christ is born. And so, 23:7 says, he who cannot meditate must not expect peace. And without peace, how can anyone expect happiness? And Jesus Christ said in Luke 17:21, the kingdom is within you. Look at 23:8. As a ship is tossed at sea, as a ship at sea is tossed by the tempest, so the reason is carried away by the mind when preyed upon by the straying senses. It's a storm. It's a storm. And each one of you have come through. So many of you, your boat is rocking. Many of you, the boat is shifting back and forth. The storm, sometimes it seems like it'll never relent. And sometimes after you've come through a storm of the mind and everything seems to be getting down to order and you seem to be getting almost reasonable to live with, here comes another one. It's just like, did you ever see sometimes you're sitting and it's beautiful out and you're out in the backyard and then all of a sudden you smell this, it gets a little chilly like a cold, and then all of a sudden you look up and there in the west is this big black cloud, and off in the distance you hear boom, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's going to come. It's going to rain buckets on you, and the thunder's going to thunder, and the lightning's going to lightning. Think of that in your head. Did you ever know when you're starting to get into a bad mood and you hear that thunder coming? Get ready to sulk now. You're just getting nasty. Anything somebody says to you, oh yeah, yeah. All of a sudden, you were a nice person a little while ago. Now, what is this? What happened? How come you don't like nobody? What are you doing? Why are you acting like this? What happened? Boom, boom, boom. Inside, now the clouds are all over your head. You can't change that any more than you can change the storm that's coming from the west, because it's the same thing. And all you can do is wait till the storm passes by. And the only thing that you should do as you wait for that storm to pass by is be a Noah and try as hard as you can to get yourself into the ark. And if you manage to get yourself into the ark, that storm that sets about to destroy you will do the same thing it did to him. Instead of destroying you, it will lift you up and put you on the mountaintop. That's the secret. As a ship at sea is tossed by the tempest, so the reason is carried away by the mind. I want to show you this acted out. When I show you this, you'll get an idea where this story in the Bible came from. Open the Bible up to page 37 in the New Testament. It's the book of Mark. It's the book of Mark. Okay? Page 37 in the New Testament. Book of Mark. And we'll go to Mark chapter 4. All right? Mark chapter 4. And verse 37. Watch this one, will you? And there arose a great storm of wind, and the waves beat into the ship, so that it was now full. What did he just say? As a ship is what? Tossed at sea by the tempest. What you're looking at is not a story of Jesus in a boat being thrown around in a storm. What you're looking at is a metaphysical story, an allegorical or parabolic story of your mind when it is tossed about by the tempest, when it is tossed about by the storm, when all hell is raging all about you. And he was in the hinder part of the ship, meaning he, which is the Christ conscious, is in the hinder part, in the deep part of you. Okay? asleep on a pillow. Certainly asleep on a pillow because you haven't woken him up. Most of us don't even know he's in the boat. Have no idea he's in the boat. You know why? Because the church told us he's in the church. We never found him there, did we? And then they told us he's up in space, plotting a nuclear Armageddon with his pop-up. And they're going to drop bombs on Israel. And when Pop-Pop drops bombs on Israel, everybody's going to get out of graves and run down Lacey Road. This is going to be a great time. This is going to be wonderful. And laugh at it heartily because it's horrible, horrible paganistic superstition that they've passed off as religion. Watch this. He was asleep on the pillow, and they awoke him. When you raise yourself inside that ship during the storm and wake him, and they said, Master, don't you care that we perish? Have you ever said that? Is there a God anywhere? Don't you care? I mean, when I had this little dog of ours that was dying and suffering and in pain, I said to myself, what the hell kind of a God are you? A dog has to suffer? What, he doesn't have enough faith? And I was taught about the negativity of people and the violence of religion. It's made all things suffer, but there will be a day that all living creatures will not suffer. Look what happened. And he arose, and what did he say? He rebuked the wind, and he said unto the sea, Peace, be still. And the wind ceased, and there was a great calm. What you see? Inside of you, when that storm is raging and all hell is breaking loose and you raise yourself up to the Christ who is within you in the meditation that he ordained, he raises himself up and says to that which is coming against you, Peace, be still, be still, be still. And there is a great calm. That's the secret of meditation, and it can only happen through meditation. It cannot happen through any religion, any church, any Bible. It can only happen through meditation where Christ lives within you. And there in 23:9, Krishna says, Therefore, O mighty in arms, you who are doing battle with yourself, therefore, O mighty in arms, he who keeps his senses detached from their objects, take it that his reason is purified. It doesn't mean you don't do things. It means things don't control you. You're not obsessed to have. You keep things in a proper perspective. Reason is purified. That's the Holy Spirit. There is no thought. That's perfection. See, you're supposed to be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect. Say, I can't be perfect. Yes, you can. Once you reach a point where there is not one of your thoughts, you have hit perfection. Where there is not one thought, you are in the midst of perfection. In virgin consciousness, the Christ is born. That's why the Christ is born of a virgin, because it's virgin consciousness. Deep within the recesses of your mind, when all thought has been subdued, there you are in absolute nirvana, you are in absolute heaven. You become God, God becomes you. There is no thought of you, there is only God, which is God. And if there is no thought, there can be no fear. And if there is no thought, there can be no guilt. And if there is no thought, there can be no anger. Where there is no thought, there can be no devil, because you are in absolute bliss. You are in perfection. I'll show you something. For some of you haven't seen this. Go to page 203 in the New Testament, and first if you go to the book of Hebrews. Okay, I want to show you something very interesting, which most Christians have never seen. Because they've seen it, but they ripped it out. Because this doesn't square with what they teach. Okay? And that's unfortunate, because you should never stay away from looking at anything or not reading something because it doesn't square. Look at this one. This is the Apostle Paul. Leaving the principles of the doctrines of Christ, let us go on to perfection. Did you hear what he just said? Leave the principles of the doctrines of Christ. What are you talking about, man? Not laying again the foundation of repentance from dead works and of faith towards God. You're not supposed to have faith in God. You know why you're not supposed to have faith in God? Because you are God. Do you have to have faith that your foot is in your shoe? No. You know it is. How come? I can feel it. It's alive. It throbs. It's part of me. It lives with me. The Apostle Paul says if you're having faith in God, the reason you have faith in him is because you don't know that he and you are one. The biggest joke in the world that every one of you sitting in here is Jesus Christ pretending to be somebody else. And my job is to expose you for who you really are. Jesus Christ did not come to this planet to say how divine he was. He came to this planet to say how divine you are. You have faith in God? Let me show you faith in God. This is great. How about faith in Jesus Christ? Jesus Christ hanging around with the disciples. You know what he says? Fellas, wait till you hear this one. I'm going to get killed. Oh, terrible. Wait, that's nothing. 3 days after I get killed, I'm going to rise up. He told these guys this 6 times. I'm going to rise from the grave 3 days. Now, you're expected to have faith, right? You know how many of these guys showed up for the resurrection? Not one. Could one guy come with binoculars, maybe, behind a tree? Hey, let's see. Not one showed up. Not one. Where's the faith? If the disciples who ate with him, slept with him, worked with him every day, they didn't show up for his resurrection, you're going to have faith. Look what else he says here. How about the doctrine of baptisms, laying on of hands, resurrection of the dead, eternal judgment? Get rid of all of that stuff. You tell them to get rid of the doctrines of baptism in these churches, they'll shoot you. That's what Paul said. You know why? Because they don't know what baptism is. You dip people's heads in water. Oh, you're going to get healed. You're not going to get anything. You're going to get sick. You're going to get polluted from that. Because this is what baptism is. This is the five stages of consciousness of Greek. It's earth, water, air, fire, spirit. New mind. This is baptism. You take your earth, which is your mind, submit it to the water, which is the second stage of consciousness, which is truth. Once you do that, you will rise into meditation, which is the third stage of consciousness, which is air. There is nothing there. You know, people say you're an airhead. That means there are no thoughts there. After you've reached that third stage of consciousness, you can rise into the fourth, which is fire, which is the baptism of the Holy Spirit, where you will receive the renewed mind. That's baptism. It has nothing to do with sticking your head in a toilet bowl or a creek or any place else, and nothing to do with it. And Paul says, stop it already. Understand what it is. Do it right now. You've matured enough. Get into perfection and understand what these things are. They're mysticism. They're symbolism. And so here we go then to wrap this up at page 24. And Krishna says, the saint is awake when the world sleeps, and he ignores that for which the world lives. Do you know what I'm telling you? What I am telling you in this room tonight, you can go to any church in Ocean County, Monmouth County, or any other county in the state of New Jersey, and you will not find one person who's ever heard what I'm telling you today. You will not find one person who knows of it. Why? They're sound asleep. Sound, sound, sound asleep. But it says the saint is awake while the world sleeps, being aware of it, watching for it. When you get people in here during meditation, they are watching for the bridegroom. They are watching for that Christ who dwells within them. Watching, watching, watching. Being alert, alert, very alert. So I tell a lot of people think meditation, they'll go flake out. Don't flake out. When you come to meditation, you be alert, you be awake, you wait for the bridegroom, and you watch for him within yourself. To be awake is to be filled with light. Go ahead, for those of you who are here maybe for the first time, take a look at page 5 in the New Testament. Look at the book of Matthew. Book of Matthew. Matthew chapter 6 and verse 22. The light of the body is the eye. If your eye be single, your whole body shall be filled with light. You ever see the back of a $1 bill? The single eye on top of the pyramid? That's exactly what Jesus was talking about. The most important part of the building, the capstone of the building, the single eye, yet it's not attached to the building. There's something interesting for you to ponder, too. The single eye is the pineal gland of the brain. Ancient's always been the pineal gland of the brain. See something interesting? Take the first book of your Bible, Genesis. Go to the book of Genesis, the first book of the Bible. Look at something. Genesis chapter 32. Show everybody who's sitting next to you. Because most people go into shock and gasp when they see this. Jesus says, if your eye be single, your body will fill with light. The single eye is the pineal gland of the brain. Genesis 32, chapter 30. What does Jacob say? And Jacob called the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face. Do you need, what do you need? A scorecard. Jesus says, if your eye be single, your body will fill with light. God is light. Jacob says, I have seen God face to face. I'll call the place Peniel. And do you know something? Your body will be filled with light, Jesus said. You know what Dr. Wilson in Richlands, Washington, in the laboratory in the April 2nd edition of the New York Times said? The pineal gland secretes a hormone called melatonin. You know what melatonin is? It's a skin lightener. What did Jesus say? If your eye be single, your body will fill with light. Jesus could have said, if you impact the pineal gland of the brain through meditation, your body will fill with melatonin. You know what Dr. Wilson said in the New York Times in April 2nd edition? You know what he said melatonin does? Kills cancer cells. We have the article here. Kills cancer cells, strengthens the immune system. Jesus says, physician, heal yourself. But these people will still come into church, sing Amazing Grace, and say, stay away from this stuff. And you know what? Most people will do it. They'll stay away from it, unfortunately. To be awake is to watch, not to sleep. Look at page 49 in your New Testament. And the book of Mark, Mark chapter 13. Mark chapter 13 and verse 37. This is what Jesus is telling you, and you better start to understand what he's talking about. And you better get all of your religious friends. Don't be afraid of your Christian friends anymore. Now, don't worry about that. We had a big article in the Observer the other day that says we're a New Age church, so you're not nothing to hide anymore. So the cat's out of the bag. Okay? Mark 13, verse 37. What did Jesus say? What I say to you, I say to all. Watch. Watch. What did he say to watch? Look for the kingdom. And where did he say the kingdom was in Luke 17:21? Within you. Watch within yourself. Nothing's going to happen outside, but it will happen when it happens inside. There can be no peace outside of your experience unless there is peace inside. Shakyamuni Buddha. Shakyamuni Buddha said, you'll have people come up to you sometime, and you'll say, oh, the guy gets me so mad, he's always stirring stuff up. Freaks me out. And so you get all freaked out because somebody stirred up something and you got all upset. You know what Shakyamuni Buddha said? If you have a cup of water and you have a sediment in the bottom of the cup, when you stir that sediment, the cup will become dirty. But Shakyamuni said, if you take the sediment out of the cup, people could stir for months and the water will remain clean. No. It's not the person who's stirring, it's the sediment in the bottom of your cup. Clean it out, and they'll never be able to freak you out again. The man who said that is the man you've been warned by Christianity to stay away from. Shakyamuni Buddha. The saint is awake, it says. And then in Ephesians 5:14 it says, awake you that sleeps, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give you light. 1 Thessalonians 5:6 says, let us not sleep as do others, but let us watch and be sober, not drunken with the lower wine. 24:1, we're almost done. It says, he ignores that for which the world lives. What's the world live for? What did you always live for? What did I always live for? Prestige, ego, to be in control, to be in charge. I'm going to compete. What do you do with your kids? Huh? What do you do with the kids? Soon as a kid is able to wear a hat, you stick a glove on his hand, put a shirt on him from Louis' body shop, and he's going to play Little League Baseball. And he's in center field, scared to death, and the father tells him, don't disgrace the family now. Catch the ball. Catch the ball. If it comes, you don't, because I spent a lot of money getting Louis to sponsor this. Here comes the ball. The kid's going around like this. You know, the ball hits the kid in the head. The whole family's disgraced. I have heard of it where parents have said to the kid, you walk home. You know what you get? A 7-year-old kid on a guilt trip. For what? Because daddy and mommy are disgraced. They're competitive, you know. Well, then we got to send him to college. He's got to go to college, you know, so he can have a psychiatrist just like Dad. Costs a lot of money to afford these guys. Got to get all A's, you know. Can't get A's, can't get a B, C+, all this stuff. We've got. What did we do? What did we do when he became a little baby and he could understand anything? What did we tell him? We told him what the church tells him. The devil's going to get you if you're bad. Did you ever look under your bed when you were a little kid? I did. I got to get out and see who's under there. Look at it. Did you ever go to sleep, you know, and there's a reflection coming in from the moon or something? Looks like some guy standing near the closet. Oh, my God, who's that? Oh! Hiding under the covers, peeking out. There is somebody there. How could it be in here? I wanted to go down there. I was obsessed with demons and devils because of this cockamamie religion was telling me these people were all over the place here. They didn't tell me Jesus was there to take care of me. They didn't tell me God was there. They didn't tell me St. Paul was there. They didn't tell me nice people were going to take care of me and Jesus was going to protect me. They told me devils and demons and all this stuff. And then you look and you go, you turn on the light. You turn on the light, it's a coat. You know, you hang a coat or somebody hung a dress. You know, oh, jeez. Was I glad that was a coat? Could have been a devil. and then, you know, if you do something wrong, you're going to go to hell, right? You do that, you're going to go to hell. That's, I'm telling you right now, you're going to go to hell. You're not waiting, you're going to go to hell. You're going to hell. Devil's going to get you. I know what you did. You know, one time I stole a candy bar when I was a little kid. Took 5 pennies. You know how old I am. 5 pennies I bought a candy bar. You're going to hell. That was it. I was tried, sentenced, executed. I was going to hell for the candy bar. And I believed. I said, my God. You know, I get indigestion. I hate this thing. I can't get it back. What can I do? I'm going to hell. This is it. You're going to hell when you're a kid. You play Little League. You're going to disgrace the family. You can't make C+ in college, so what do? You go to the top of Princeton University and you jump. You know why? Because you couldn't live up to the standards that they set. And who the hell are they? Hardly will I have to comment on 24:2. He attains peace, into whom desires flow as rivers into the ocean, which, though brimming with water, remains ever the same. Not he whom desire carries away. Magnificent that the ocean allows that magnificence to just enter in from all of the rivers of the world, and yet it stays the same. I wanted to read you something as I conclude by Khalil Gibran. And it's called Speak to Us of Good and Evil. I want you to listen to it. He says, of the good in you I can speak, but not of the evil. For what is evil but good nurtured by its own hunger and thirst? When good is hungry, it seeks food, even in dark caves. And when it thirsts, it drinks, even of dead waters. Huh? The best of us. When we are forced to. I remember when Joan one time, she was affiliating at Marlborough Hospital, and we were up at the outreach center up there. She took me up there one time. They were having a little party or something. And I sat next to this young black fellow, and he said to me, I asked you a question. I said, sure. He said, did you ever get an allowance when you were a kid? I said, sure. I used to, you know. He said, well, my mother and father both drank bad. He said they drank all the money. There was no money to buy the baby food. So I had to go steal stores to buy the baby food. I'll never forget that till the day I die. I started from that day on having a different opinion about people. I've never tried to judge anybody since that time. When I read this, when good is hungry, it seeks food even in dark caves. It says, you are good when you are one with yourself. Yet when you are not one with yourself, you're not evil. For a divided house is not a den of thieves, it's just a divided house. And a ship without a rudder may wander aimlessly, yet not sink to the bottom. You're good when you strive to give of yourself, yet you're not evil when you seek gain for yourself. For when you strive for gain, you are but a root that clings to the earth and sucks at her breast. And I love this next line, and this could be one of our quotes of the year. Surely the fruit cannot say to the root, be like me, ripe and full of ever-giving abundance. For to the fruit giving is the need, but to the root receiving is the need. Isn't that beautiful? You are good when you are fully awake in your speech, yet you are not evil when you sleep while your tongue staggers without purpose, you know. And even stumbling speech may strengthen a weak tongue. You're good when you walk to your goal firmly and with bold steps. And we like to be that way. But you're not evil when you go there limping. Even those who limp are not going backwards. You're good in countless ways, and you're not evil when you're not good. You're only loitering. Isn't it a pity that the deer cannot teach swiftness to the turtle? In your longing for your giant self lies your goodness, and that longing is in all of you. But in some of you, that longing is a torrent rushing with might to the sea, carrying the secrets of the hillsides and the songs of the forest. And in others, it's a flat stream that loses itself and angles and bends and lingers before it reaches the shore. But let not him who longs much say to him who longs little, why are you slow? For the truly good will never ask the naked, where's your clothes? And the truly good will never ask the homeless, where's your house? I love that. I thought it was beautiful. Khalil Gibran. Stir the water. Meditate so that the sediment in your cup is washed away. And no matter who stirs up things around you, the water will remain clean. Life will stir enough. And I know I stand up here as a perfect picture of one who could talk about this because I live it and experience it all the time. And I hope I'm somewhat richer for the experiences that I have gone through with Joan, with the animals and all of the various things that we shared together. To understand you and to say, hey, there's no easy way. I don't say it's easy. But I do know one thing, that I've listened to a lot of people. I've read a lot of books. I've had a gift given to me to do this. But there is only one place on the face of the earth where you are safe, and that is deep within yourself. When you raise yourself to that holy place within you, sometimes you say, hey, I was in here meditating for 35 minutes and I don't think I got there. Just think, how long have you been spending screwing yourself up? And sometimes we want a quick fix. And the Spirit can't possibly do that to you because you couldn't take it. It would burn your brain. It's like an electrician coming into the house. You know, he just can't plug in one wire and turn on the juice. He's got to go through and take all the old wires out and lay all new circuits. It just takes that. It's reconditioning all the circuits. In here is a massive electronic circuitry and so forth. Sometimes it overheats, sometimes it shorts, and it takes time. But little by little, you'll see the lights coming on in the various parts of your city in here. And little by little, you'll be able to understand and feel the strength of He who calls the Christ and He whom we call God being a part of it. It's a beautiful, beautiful experience. And one thing I think you better learn tonight, never let any group or organization tell you, don't read this, don't read Christian, don't read Buddha, don't. You know what? Anytime anybody tells you to stay away from something, be very suspicious of them. Hitler was the book burner, remember that. And that type of Hitler mentality has pervaded religion for years. Don't read, don't look, don't go there. Be very, very cautious about people like that because they've got you on a leash. And the thing you want to do is take that leash and unbuckle it. And you do the same thing that the dolphin does when he beaches himself and say, I'm going, and I'm reading, and I'm going to do what Jesus Christ said and seek and look and find. And when you do, you'll find yourself in Him. One. Thank you.
That was nice. I wonder if he's got more. I think I'll just listen to this again later. Empty threats. I don't really want to push too far into the zone. We'll do this. Too easy. Okay, I'll do that. Ah, so close, dude. I was gonna win. Alrighty, let's get back to it. So right now our biggest problem is the circle doesn't show up for 2 to 3 seconds and then reappear somewhere else. It just goes crazy after the first like 2 to 3. Like, we don't need that. I think I'm. We'll try again. I'm gonna spend 15 more minutes, and after that, I'm just gonna do it manually because it's really not that complicated. Let's see here. I think that was a better description. You can achieve this with an expression that uses a loop out function to create a looping animation. Here's an expression you can use. Let's give it a shot. Compared to what we've had previously, this is, I believe in the term simple is powerful. With such a small expression, I got high hopes. Maybe you could do it with a wiggle. Oh wait, it's working. It's working, but we need more range. Let's give this a shot. I got extremely high hopes. The smaller the expression, the more confident I am in it. It's not doing it. Come on, boy. It's not. the same thing. Maybe I made a mistake. Let's erase it all. Let's give it a shot. God bless. Dude, we did it. We did it. Wait, no, we didn't. It's only using here and here. I see. Total duration for each position. 2 is the number of positions due. 180. think I have another that I wanted to watch. Oh, Zodiac. This one's going to be interesting.
I have such a hard time trying to figure out why people are afraid of the things that God has created. Well, of course, people can misuse it for fortune telling and so forth, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the influences, the vibrations that come from these planets. You know, it's such an important part. Like, as we showed you last week, the days of the week are named after the 7 planets. And the moon controls the tides, the sun controls life. And you can't just believe that everything up there is just rolling around in some billiard ball with no reason and no purpose. Let me show you something. Do you know what the Greek word for that universe is? K-O-S-M-O-S. You know that. Cosmos. Cosmos. And you know what that word means? It means law. Everything up there has a purpose and a reason, and it affects man. It affects the way we live. Jesus Christ said in Luke 22:10, when you see the man, now let's take a look at what he said so that we get an idea. When you see the man carrying, that's the man carrying the pitcher of water. Okay, now that's Aquarius. Don't think Jesus didn't know what he's talking about. He sure did. He's talking about this age right now. So that's now, okay? When you see the man carrying the pitcher of water, this is Luke 22:10. He says, enter into the house, and the house is you. Enter into yourself. Go to the upper room, and the upper room is your higher consciousness. And he said, there you will be fed by him. That's where you'll have the Passover, in the upper room. And so now we understand, as we realize the movement of these tremendous universal things that God has created, that Jesus was talking about the man with the pitcher of water, which is the Christ, pouring out. Don't you remember it says, what's it say in the Bible? I will pour out my Spirit upon you. What I'm trying to get through to you is that God has created in the universe a blueprint of life, a blueprint of the movement of the universe, a blueprint of what life is all about and how to overcome that which is the evil and that which is oppressive and rise up to that which is heavenly. What's going to happen is that, according to the Institute in France, in the year 2010, this Aquarian age is going to peak, the year 2010. And basically what the age of Aquarius is the constellation of the planet Uranus, U-R-A-N-U-S. That is called the Son of Heaven or the God of Heaven. Now just think, the Christ is supposed to return, split the eastern sky, and cast down Satan into prison. Isn't it interesting that Uranus gave birth to Saturn, and Saturn overthrew Uranus, and then was cast out of heaven by the son of Uranus? Do you understand what I'm saying? This is the mythology of the constellations, the stars in the sky. Uranus had a relationship with Gaia, G-A-E-A, which is Mother Earth. So Uranus had an intercoursal relationship and had sons and daughters with Mother Earth. This is mythology of the planets. He gave birth to Saturn. Saturn overthrew Uranus, and I'll tell you more about that. And then Saturn was driven out of heaven and cast down by the sons of Uranus, or the sons of God. Now, understand what we're talking about here. The age of Aquarius peaking at 2010, 19 years from now, would be the Son of Heaven, or the God of Heaven, Uranus, which is moving in its patterns right now as we're talking, moving into the eastern sky, overwhelming that which is the negative influences of Saturn and setting people free. Look up Your Redemption Draweth Nigh. Because all of these things have influences. They influence people. There's no way you can say they don't. They do. They influence people. There's a vibration. There's frequencies that come out of these things, and they have their influences, and the Bible talks about it. I mean, in Job 38:30 of the Bible, it says, can you bring forth Mazzaroth? Can you bind the sweet influences of Pleiades? Look at it, Job 38. Job 38:32. Job 38:31, can you bind the sweet influences of Pleiades? Well, if the planets didn't have any influence on you or me, why does it say it does in the Bible? And it's the sweet influences of Pleiades. Pleiades is the star cluster in the constellation Taurus. It means the influences to the ego, the influences to ambition, the influences to the macho strength. Can you put a halter on that? Well, it says, or can you loose the bands of Orion? Orion's another constellation. Why is the Bible saying that these planets have an influence if they don't? They do. And what the Aquarian age is what the kids call the harmonic convergence, is a time when there's going to be tremendous peace. And that's why people are going to be caught up in compassion for animals, compassion for the ecology, compassion for one another. I don't see there's any way of this war that everybody's frightened about. You know, anybody can be wrong, but I mean, this is the age we're moving closer and closer to this time of universal peace and individuality and life. And it all happens within you, because as the universe is out there, so it is in here. See? So what happens, see, in the story, let me go back to these cast of characters over here so you get a better idea. We'll show you these characters. Uranus, which is the god of heaven. Okay, Saturn, which is, of course, the star, the sun, one of the fallen, kind of, I guess you would say, like the prodigal son. Uranus casts his children into Hades, which is the lower depths. Now, this is the mythology of the stars, of the zodiac. He shuts them up in a lower earth or imprisons them. Now, does that ring a bell with you? Here it is, God shuts up that which is Saturn into the lower earth, not out of hatred for them, but out of love for us. If you remember in Revelation 20, verse 2 and 3, it says, Satan is bound 1,000 years. Okay, that's the negative aspects of Saturn. What that's telling you is that due to the effect, the planetary effect, the movement in the universe that God has ordained, Uranus then overrides the effect of that which is Saturn or Satan, and we live in Christ consciousness because there is none of the negativity of the lower mind. Okay? There's good reason to believe, folks, that Satan and Saturn are one and the same. It says in Revelation 27, when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison, and he shall go out and deceive the nations. So obviously what's being said here is in an astronomical way, at that point, Saturn will move out of the influences of Uranus, and then that negative influence will come back down to Earth again. Okay? So then we see how the prophecies in the Bible, in the book of Revelation, can be fulfilled and are being fulfilled by the activities of the comets and the planets and the constellations in the universe, which, as God has ordained them. So right now, as we're talking, Uranus is swinging through the heavens to its celestial throne. And we have to make a cosmic rendezvous. I mean, and you make that cosmic rendezvous by lifting yourself up into that Om, up into that nothingness, up into that higher realm of communion with that which is God. You make a communion with that which is the universal strength. That's why Jesus Christ said, if your eye be single, your body will fill with light. Because if your eye is single, you raise yourself up into that higher consciousness, and that's where you make that rendezvous, with which is the celestial message that is coming out of the universe, ordained and created by God. And that basically is the age of Aquarius. You know, I think it's very interesting that, you know, many people in church circles get so upset if you start talking about the zodiac, even though the zodiac is an extremely real principle that is inherent in all life, and it's been so for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. But I want to tell some of you folks that may feel a little strange about this. If you have an older Bible, you know, some of these Bibles, you know, go back maybe 100 years old. Take a look in your Bible, open to the book of Matthew. Okay, and if you have one of those older Bibles, you're liable then to see the face of a man, because Matthew is the Aquarian gospel. It's Aquarius. And it means the wisdom of God overwhelms the intellect of man. That's why Matthew is the Aquarian gospel. And in the old Bibles, they have a picture of the face of a man. Then go to the book of Mark, and you'll see there a picture of a lion, and it's Leo. Okay? And the idea there is the Spirit of God overwhelms the human spirit. Okay? So there we have the book of Matthew is represented by a man, Aquarius. The book of Mark is represented by a lion, which is Leo. Then if you go to the book of Luke, you'll see the picture of a bull. And that is the power of God overwhelms the power of the animal nature of man. So then Matthew is represented in gospel. And in the old Bibles they have a
Hello everyone, today I'm going to be teaching you the basics and getting started creating After Effects scripts and Extend script. So this will be just a series and we'll be creating scripts along the way, and within those tutorials we'll be learning different techniques and things like that. There are a few prerequisites you might want to consider. 1. Learn JavaScript or have a basic understanding of programming languages. 2. Consult the After Effects CS6 or higher scripting guide, which has all the coding information you need to know in it, and as well as this great UI, script UI PDF that will help you create great UIs. There are some other guides out there which will help, but those are the two main ones. But again, you don't really have to know JavaScript entirely. I didn't know any JavaScript, I just had some programming knowledge beforehand, and I learned as I went. I challenged myself every project I created. I'd say, okay, I want to make this. What steps do I need to take to create this? And you learn along the way. And it's a great way to learn really well. So today we're going to be creating this little script, and it's called Add Title and Cut. This script allows you to add a title and cut your video. Very simple, but this is the beginning tutorial. So all we have to do is just do what it says. So you can put in the title of the video, test video. Length of the title, do 20 seconds. And we can set 2 points where it will cut. And in fact, I'm going to choose 2 points that correspond. So 20 seconds because that's where the title ends. And we'll do like 40 seconds. When we click start, it does exactly that for us. It creates a title and it splits the video in 2 different areas. Although obviously there's a lot missing, like bugs that could come up if you don't put. So we'll create a new JavaScript file and it's losing stuff in another tutorial. So let's go ahead and get started. This is what it looks like in Extend script. It's pretty much less than 50 lines of code, and it does a fair amount of things.
No shot, bro. You gotta buy this shit.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this week's scripting quick tip tutorial. In this one, I'm going to be explaining all I can about using ExtendScript in Windows 10. Now, I recently upgraded my computer, which made me pretty much pick Windows 10 to be able to use the newest Adobe programs, and this can be quite limiting for using older applications that are 32 bits like ExtendScript. Now, as a developer, I'm keeping my old computer, which has Windows 7, and it also has basically all the After Effects versions from CS6 to CC 2018, and I'm keeping that for development purposes, compatibility for past versions of things, and all sorts of testing that I may need to do. And a lot of people actually really like ExtendScript for a few reasons, mostly that you can check out the data browser and use the object model viewer that directly links to Adobe programs. And some of the ExtendScript plugins for Visual Studio aren't that great and don't allow you to directly connect to programs, but I've worked out a few of these issues and can help you out today. Now, that's not to say I'm not using Visual Studio Code. I'm using both right now as I make the transition, because ultimately these may be totally phased out to where you can't even use them while learning, and help us out in the description, which Adobe gives for free. Basically, it's ExtendScript version 3.5. You can also get version 3.5.1 if you want, and it even has older versions, and this will allow you to download it directly, have access to a couple of scripting documents, and install it on your system. Now, of course, this is older, but ExtendScript is designed to basically figure out which versions of Adobe programs are on your computer, and you can link them. The biggest tip I have for this, though, is you want to make sure you run as administrator. Oftentimes, Windows 10 requires a bit more privileges than a normal OS, and this basically will ensure that you have access to be able to click on the link to After Effects button and have it load up. Now, I have had issues with it getting to work with Premiere, and I get this issue. Issues with this to be able to click on normal OS. Then a couple of script 5 description basically allow you to download it through there. You can get an older version.
This is how I got smart. Check it. I created a whole album. I turned it in as an album. They told me no. This is a mixtape. I said, what?
A mixtape.
They said, yeah, this is a mixtape. This ain't an album.
This don't get album
This
support.
don't get album support. You still owe us 6 albums after this. And when I
2,
seen
3.
that, I was
Right.
like, oh, okay.
That's crazy.
This is a mixtape. We not turning in a album, Drew. After this, we just gonna drop
No,
Lucy's and then.
Do you know what? No,
I'm
this
not
what he
turning
did. He
it.
goes, we're not gonna drop the album. What you're gonna do is you're gonna figure out how to set up a phone number.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, for what? He goes, I'm gonna call the project a phone number, and we're gonna release it, and every fan can text and call that phone number, and I'm gonna store their information.
And you get your fan base.
Yup.
You collect the fan base.
Collect the fan
Alright.
base that way. This is how I got smart. Check it. I created a whole album. I turned it in as an album. They told me no. This is a mixtape. I said, what?
A mixtape.
They said, yeah, this is a mixtape. This ain't an album.
This don't get album
This
support.
don't get
This
album support. You still owe us 6 albums after this. And when
2,
I seen
3.
that, I was
Right.
like, oh, okay.
That's crazy.
This is a mixtape. We not turning in a album, Drew. After this, we just gonna.
Version, which I believe is the same as CS5, which is available in the link in the description, which Adobe gives for free. Basically, it's ExtendScript version 3.5. You can also get version 3.5.1 if you want, and it even has older versions. And this will allow you to download it directly to just the normal OS. And this, if you have any insight to this, let me know. Of my Premiere Pro executable. But the biggest tip when using one of these downloaded or moved ExtendScript versions is to make sure you run it as an admin, or maybe go into your exe information and set that to run as an admin no matter what, because that seems to be the biggest issue I've faced.
Bruh.
Now, I have two versions of Extend PC. Also link to... No. Let's see if I launch the app manually. Can I connect? It appears I can. Let me just launch it. And it has the QE information, which I had no idea about until I just tested this. That's going to be an upcoming video I'm going to go over. Or you can get it updates. If you're not a member of the Discord,
and don't be intimidated by this. We're going to take it step by step and very handy and type of window to and such. And so these are basically the two cut points. It's going to be based off of time. So I'll just call them cut 1 and cut 2. So actually execute code really. So let's go ahead and create buttons. And because they're kind of completely separate elements, or we want them to be, we're going to put them in a new group. And also because if we create a new group, we can set them to horizontal or row instead of column. So that way they are properly formatted how we want. So we'll make a group 2. Main window, sorry. Add another group. In fact, I'll change this one to panel just to show you what panels look like. They're basically groups with but they're kind of one actual positions and such. Allows. Okay, data, but since we don't, and this sounds a little crazy, but and in this case we're gonna, and it starts off with application and it gets broken down to more and more. What we're gonna do is we need to set up a few variables that denote certain places within the After Effects composition. If you open the scripting guide, there's actually a very handy figure that shows how everything in After Effects is organized, the hierarchy. And it starts off with application and it gets broken down to more and more things. And we're going to kind of use that as a guide if you know how to use it. So we're going to go ahead and create a variable, and we're going to call it main comp for main composition. And what is our main composition in terms of extend script in After Effects? Well, it's the app or application, the project, and in this case we're going to put active item, which means whatever item you've clicked on, whatever comp you've clicked on. So before we run the script, we will have to click on a composition. We're also going to do main layer. We're going to create something called main layer because we're assuming this composition has one layer. So that is going to reference to the main comp and the index layer, first layer. Okay, and this sounds a little crazy, but we're going to make the UI right off the bat. So to make a UI, we need to create a variable. We'll just call it the main window. And we're going to create a new window. And we put in 3 different values here. Again, if I'm going fast, just bear with me. You'll learn. Just practice yourself and you'll do fine. So we're going to set the type of window to a palette. It's the type I almost always use. So far, have always used. Then we're going to add a title. We'll call this add title and cut because that's what it's going to do. We don't really have a fancy program name. The last input requires position data, but since we don't want to, we'll just put in undefined. So within window, you have groups, and groups are basically holders of elements such as text drop downs, checks, things. Things like that. So we're going to create a group. We'll just call it group 1. And it's going to be inside of the main window. And then we're going to add it. And the type is a group. There's group and panel. I'll go over panel maybe. And the sizes are undefined, so it will just automatically scale. And then a name for it. We'll just call it group 1. So I'm going to go ahead and do something down here. Main window dot show. This will make it appear. So if we were to run the script, we'll just save it as tutorial example. Window dot show. This will make it appear. So if we were to run the script, we'll just save it as tutorial example. So if we were to run the script dot show, this will main. Window dot show. This will make it appear. So if we were to run the script, we'll just save it as tutorial example. If we run the script, it's just we.
Fuck.
We just have this little window here. So we need to start adding some elements within it, but we already have a UI, which is great.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spend time, any more time. We'll worry about that later. Bro. Holy shit. I must just be really bad at describing this. God bless. I'm fucking. I'm taking a break. Holy shit.